Hola mis vikingos, estamos en el directo número 100 de Jugando a Cosas. Estamos en el capítulo 6 de Vampyr y vamos a darle y espero yo que no salte ningún error como pasó en el vídeo que subí. Ay, y bueno, espero yo que no me vaya bien el juego porque si no, madre mía. Ahí estamos. Creo yo que ya acabemos ya las investigaciones locales, ¿no? Sí, lo es, sí. Y ahora se nos quiere ir a aquí. A ver, con esto se hacía esto. Ajá. Vale, con esto se hacía esto, vale. Oh, bien. Bien, bien. Mm, 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 mm. Por ahí no hay que ir. Sí, hay que ir por ahí. Hola, amigo. Hostia, nivel 11 de tu madre mía, Vale, sí. No. No, 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 no. No. ¿Dónde vas, amigo? Hijo de puta. No, estamina. Voy a morir, chicos. Pero dale. Vengamos, cómetelo. Ya vamos a ataque. Toma. Vale, me curo. Toma. Tú, hostia, vaya con la puta gana. Pesado. Ya me he quedado sin estamina, joder. No te ángulo, amigo. No te ángulo. Y se acabó. Balas bien. No, está bien tener balas, A ver. Claro, pero claro, tendría que renunciar al aturdimiento, ¿sabes? No. Mm. Claro, aunque tenga aquí balas. Yo creo que balas, ¿no? Aquí está munición. Cartuchos de escopeta. A ver. No. Nada, tío. No sé, depende. ¿Eso qué es? Chelines. Unos chelines, ¿no, amigos? Unos chelines. De momento me voy a quitar la pistola porque creo que de momento no es... No, mejor esa no. Vale. La nueva vacía. Bien. Bien. De sangre voy F, vale, muy bien. ¿Vamos bien, chicos? Sí, vamos bien, vamos bien. Tu país y tu rey te necesitan. Únete a las filas británicas y defiende al frente como un valiente y muere en el intento. Palabras de Tutankamón. Palabras de Tutankamón. Protege la libertad de los conciudadanos. Alístate a la Marina hoy mismo. ¿Necesitas más información? Pregunta a tu oficina de reclutamiento y muere en intento. Dead Inside. Aquí obviamente te diciendo, mira, que si entras, te vas a la bullshit, ¿vale? Pues no se había quedado claro, ¿vale? Literalmente te diciendo, si te metes vas a morir. ¿Por qué? Porque van a ir 25.000 enemigos. Ya está, tío. A ver, que también me da miedo que no sé... No, estoy ya escuchando Skulls, tío, no, los Skulls no, tío, los odio, tío. ¡Hijo puta! Para la espalda. ¿Qué hijo puta? Skull de mierda. Eh. Vale. Que se peleen, que se peleen entre ellos, tú no ganas nada. La táctica. Mátalo, cómetelo, vamos, Skull, cómetelo. ¿Vamos ya? No. Contentes sí que tiene efectiva la pistola, fíjate. Porque no tiene nada, a ver. Y ahora nos cambiamos y nos ponemos aquí otra vez la estaca. Qué bueno que soy tú. A ver. Dame sangre que te haré ahora un ataque con sangre. Toma, para ti, guapo. No me quemes, inútil. Que no me quemes. Te estoy diciendo que no me... Joder, que no... Que te mueras ya, joder, pesadilla. Qué pesado, tío. Dame, hombre. Eso es... Dame balas para mi hostia. Eso es, dame balas. Venga, vamos a ver. Más enemigos, de verdad, no, ¿qué piensas tú? Que son con los enemigos, No, no, este tío de escopeta no lo odio, tío. No. Vaya. Tenemos un gran problema con el tío este. Buah. Madre mía, tío. Ha cotizado a la pistola contra este tú. O eso también. Esa recarga. Pregunta al tío este, no, ese es. Cómetelo. Cómetelo, ese. Ahora yo con los demás voy a tener que autorizarlos y todo esto porque a ti este solo le hace daño los ataques con sangre, ¿sabes? No, apunta. No, este no, este. Vale. ¿Está acá? No, no me des, hijo puta. Lo de apuntar va regular, a los enemigos. Apuntas al otro casi, no, a ese no, a este. Ya está. Y ahora vamos ya a cuerpo a cuerpo. ¿Está bien, amigo? Toma, hachazo. Hachazo. Ahí no, ¿qué más? No. Hachazo. Esquivamos y ¡pum! Muerto. Madre mía, todo. Qué bien se me da el PvP en este juego, por favor, madre mía. Qué bueno que soy aquí haciendo PvP, madre mía. Me tienen que nerfear, chicos. Ah, por aquí. Ah, muy bien.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fella.
Ay. Perfecto, tú. A ver, ¿qué es el zoom? A ver, zoom. Ah, no, sí va bien. Sí va bien, ¿no? O sea, por aquí tengo salida. Yo tranquilo, no voy a sacar hacha, no sé que me toque los huevos, así que no pasa nada. Uy, los callejones, tú. Uy, los callejones, no me gustan mucho, Qué susto me ha dado, tú. Hola, ¿qué te pasa?
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually,
Yes.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
A ver... Vamos a hablar.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
Flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
What?
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
Vaya. Pista requerida, ¿vale?
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Vale, esto viendo, vale, muy bien. Encuentro.
Effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
Voy bien, ¿no? Vale, sí, voy bien.
It's locked, all right.
Es Rock the Rey. Oh, mira. Ahí sale una Y. ¿Por qué será? Hay que hablar aquí, vale, bien. Matarile, matarile. A ver la puerta, hijo de puta.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
Oye, no te me pongas... Oh, tiene bronquitis. Tiene bronquitis mi colega. No me salía ahí para darle a la X, tú.
Nobody at home.
Vaya, no. ¿Ve cómo se puede pasar? ¿Cómo quieres que le investigue si me dejas ponerme cerca de él? Gilipollas. Aunque me active los sentidos, no tiene mucho. Aquí. Oye, tío. ¿Qué está aquí, tío? La Dorothy.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be from Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nethercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
Nueva pista, nueva pista. No veo aquí una investigación local, ¿no? No la hay.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius.
¿Me traéis pistas? No, vale, menos mal.
By the church they just mentioned.
Oh, vale. Venga, vamos. Venga, vamos. Matarile, matarile.
How long have we known each other? We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake.
Sentidos.
Give you another beating, Darren.
Sentidos. Sentidos.
Imprisoned by your daily routine, unable to see the truth.
¿Eres tú?
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Ya estoy de vuelta.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Vivimos en el siglo XX, a ver. A ver, ¿cuál es la opción elijo? A ver. No sé, a
Fire
ver.
is just the instinctive answer of a caveman facing something he does not understand. This is the 20th century.
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought.
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Lo escucho, ¿ves?
I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing
Joder.
itself, corrupting the flesh.
Me voy a decir lo mismo otra
of
vez, tío.
men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Ya es
I
suficiente.
have heard enough. Goodbye. Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's
A ver.
Father Whitaker, my son. So, are you still lost in your rational delusions?
Me queda
Have
con
you any
familia.
friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No.
No.
But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I sent him to preach the good word in the heart of this corrupted city.
Corrupted City. ¿Dónde lo
Where did you
envió?
send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
Lo envió a
You sent him
predicar.
on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
Vale, bien.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
A ver, ¿no le gustan las enfermeras?
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
Madame Fiber. ¿Por qué odia a la enfermera
Why do you
Crane?
hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in her country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
Ajá.
I have had enough for tonight. Goodbye.
A ver. A ver, voy a hacer una cosa, a ver. Voy a subir aquí un video. Venga, venga, venga. Ay. Vale, bien. Ok, let's go. Vengamos. ¿Por dónde continuamos, querido juego?
The disease upon us is not an accident of nature, but the punishment of a divine will.
Si ha habido ahí un vagón de FPS, seguro que está por aquí, seguro. Ah, pues no. Joder, y el tío este, bro, madre mía. Madre mía, bro, o sea, madre mía. ¿A dónde coño está el tío este, tú? ¡Aparece, hijo de puta! No huyas. No huyas de la muerte que te voy a dar. ¿Tú eres Clayton?
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick. Though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I'm shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with good manners. Thank you, sir.
Ah, vaya.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Anything you can tell me about her would be helpful.
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothea Crăciunescu. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone should respect that.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed, or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
Vaya.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Eso lo tengo bastante seguro. A ver, me gustaría a ver. Vale, ya hemos hablado de esto, vale, bien, a ver.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
Vaya. No la juego
I
mejor.
always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly. But it is not your concern, Doctor.
Vale, venga, adiós.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Venga. ¿Dónde está Clayton? ¿Tú eres Clayton?
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am.
Doctor.
Dr. Jonathan Reed. At your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine, and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Vaya.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
No, no te pongas chulo que te meto una hostia, Que te clavo la hacha en la yugular y te quedas tonto,
I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
Sí, sí, tú ponte a pelear conmigo que vamos, que te mato en segundo, chaval.
Have you heard of a nurse
No.
named Dorothy Crane?
No quería darle eso, fuck.
And is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
No era esto, vale, ya está.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
A ver, Clayton, tío.
Don't be afraid.
¿Tú eres Clayton?
Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Hola. Intenta
So
ayudar.
she's trying to help her fellow immigrants. Why would that make her a villain?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
Madre mía,
How is business?
de la Dorothy esta me está viendo muchas cosas,
And customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Vaya.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because
No.
I ran like hell.
No investigación.
Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Ajá. ¿Una personal? No, no hay ninguna. Vale, pues ya está.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
A ver. ¿Te llamas Clayton?
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of
Sí,
Name's
es Clayton.
Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you
Por
could
fin
help
hemos
me
encontrado a
with
Clayton, por fin.
journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed. The famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
Es una desgracia.
It's a disgrace. People are left to die alone. No one is properly informed of the risks.
These are bad times indeed. So much for the glorious British Empire.
Vampyr.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
A ver.
That science is unable to explain the facts doesn't mean there is no rational explanation.
I confess, I share your point of view, Doctor.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Vale.
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
Interesante. Preguntas personales, pista requerida. Venga.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm afraid one of the nurses from the Pembroke Hospital may be involved with unsavory activities.
Ah, could it be Dorothy Crane?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He has no relatives at all?
No. Except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
Ojo, ¿nunca sale?
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
Vaya. Ahí está.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Vale, a ver. A ver. Vamos a hacer un poco de misión principal también, que va miedo. Abrimos la puerta, vete, estamos. Veamos qué encontramos aquí por detrás de la iglesia. Skulls, qué típico. Vale. Llegó la hora de atacar. ¡Hola, venga! Wow, 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 wow. Bro, bro, bro. Vale, lo que más me conviene sería ese ataque de sangre. Uy, uy, voy a curarme que te he tocado, ¡Hijo de puta! No, se la falta de esquivar, es que soy bobo, tío, también, tío. ¡Dame sangre, hijo de puta! ¡Muerto! Vale. Vale, ya estoy de vuelta. Y con este ya puedo hacerle ataques normales. Cuerpo a cuerpo. Pumba, ya está, muerto. Increíble. A ver. A ver qué más me encuentro por aquí, a ver. ¿Eres tú?
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir.
Ya te lo he encontrado.
Richard Nethercott, at your service.
At your service. Vale, muy bien. Venga, venga.
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
Vaya.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear Doctor.
Vaya, madre mía, no, madre mía.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
Uy.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
Vale, bien. A
What
ver.
are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Peaceful? That's quite an unusual way to speak about the epidemic. And very inappropriate, I must say.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
A ver. A ver.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
¿La conoce?
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox. The stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about. And that's what Whitechapel is made of.
A ver, estamos en preguntas personales. Venga, va esto.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
Vale, pues ya estaríamos con
I'll
ese tío.
leave you alone, sir.
Encuentra el buzón. Pues ¿para qué no? La puerta está abierta. Wow, ¿en serio? Pensaba yo que estaba cerrada tú.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly. I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it? Tell me about Richard Nethercote. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia. Very well. Goodbye then.
Increíble. Madre mía. Madre mía. Increíble. Si fuera este buzón de aquí, ¿no? Digo yo. Ajá, bueno, venga.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Madre mía. A ver. Vamos a la casa del tío este, a ver qué pasa, a ver. Muy mal. Es por aquí. A ver. Vamos bien. Aquí está.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again? Go away.
No, men, no voy a cultivar, joder.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
Madre mía, Oh, no. Wow. Yo voy a leer esta increíble chapa, Ahora os lo dejo para que lo quiera leer, yo no. Madre mía, tu increíble chapa, tú. Mucho texto,
It's locked, all right.
Madre mía, aquí robándole a este pobre hombre. Madre mía, robándole chelines y todo, madre mía. Madre mía, tú. Ahora sí puedo hablar con él, a ver. Madre mía, tú. Le robó de todo al hombre.
Dorothea, you must go across the courtyard and take the stairs.
We've not been formally introduced. May I ask your name and occupation, sir?
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away from Dorothea. And I also run this little print shop.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane?
Like myself and many people in this area, Dorothea is from occupied Romania. That's all you need to know.
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to hear of Whitechapel's misery. Dorothea is one of the few doing something about it.
Háblame de Camellia.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever, too. If only I had met her when I was younger.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Petrescu?
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, we could have won our revolution.
Revolution!
Who is she, really? Do you know where she's from?
She's not from around here, that's all we know. Camellia is not even her name. It's her favorite flower.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A good man for sure, but a very poor writer.
No. Ya está. Ah, vale. Ya vamos a hablar de Camellia, aunque nos haga ahí...
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu? Children or grandchildren?
Who knows? I have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I
forgave him.
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but thank you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
This war won't last forever. Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me more about it.
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
But it's not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. But I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
Vale, bien.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor.
No
I'm
sé.
almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Vale, ya está todo hablado, vale, bien.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
A ver, encuentra a Dorothy Crane. El distrito... Aquí está Dorothy. Hola, ¿te acuerdas de mí? Soy tu compañero. Venga, a robar, como siempre, venga, a robar. Yo soy un vampiro que roba cosas. Esto está bastante F. Está bastante la mierda. Seguimos robando, como siempre. Madre mía tú, madre mía, así que... Madre mía, así que... Sí que le has dejado espacio a la tía esta para que trabaje tú, joder, madre mía. Increíble. Increíble. Oh no. Vale, no hay nada de momento por aquí. Madre mía. ¿Cómo estoy robando? Baja, Dorothy, que voy a hablar contigo, hostia. Hostia. Madre mía. Madre mía tú. Ahora voy, hija mía, ahora voy. Ah, que me ha visto, vale, muy bien. Hola, Dorothy, ¿qué tal? ¿Bien?
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Razvan Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Skull! Hand me that skull!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy. Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor!
No, eso.
A dose of epinephrine, now.
Yes, Doctor.
¿Por qué tengo la sensación que la estoy cagando? ¿Lo he matado? No, no me jodas, tío. ¿Lo he matado? No me jodas, tío. No, tío. ¿Yo coño ese tío?
We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this
Joder, tío.
indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
Joder. Qué pena, tío.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners.
Joder, tío. Lo siento, bro, lo siento.
I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
No puede continuar, le digo. Que, a ver. Es ilegal. ¿Cómo que con su extorsión? No sé qué elegir. No puede continuar. No puede continuar, no le digo. Sí, venga.
Your heart might be in the right place, but you can't carry on with this blackmail. For God's sake, Dorothy, it's extortion. It's a serious crime.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
Oye.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Sí, no, vaya eso. No, hombre, no, tampoco es eso. A ver, tampoco le voy a cautivar, ¿sabes? Tampoco es eso, ¿sabes? A sentenciar. Hostia, ¿qué hago, tío? Oh, pero no tampoco está bien, tío, porque ha hecho algo grave, pero no sé. Es que... ¡Ay, qué difícil es este juego, de verdad, tío, con tus putas decisiones, tío! Ignoraré lo que he visto, pero dimitirá. Buah, tío. Joder. No sé qué elegir. La perdono. Venga.
No. Your place is here. Jailing you would be an even greater crime. So, here is my proposition.
Pero al cambio,
I'll look the
dimitirá.
other way on your little enterprise. In exchange, you will resign from the Pembroke Hospital and provide me with medical supplies when the need arises.
Dr. Reed! That sounds like a business proposition. My accomplice, then.
No, just a privileged client. My research may require the occasional rare piece of equipment or ingredient. I'll pay good coin in exchange, fair and honest, to help finance your noble endeavors.
We have ourselves a deal, Doctor. Good customers are always welcome.
Yes, Nurse Crane. We have a deal.
Pero tenés que dimitir, madre mía, menos mal. Que no voy a cautivar a nadie. ¿Qué pasa? ¡Hijo de puta! ¿Qué haces, hijo de puta? Hijo de puta, tú. Wow, me mata esta mina. No. Bueno, esta mina. No, no, no. No te da ángulo. No te da ángulo, amigo. Hijo de puta. Madre mía, tú. Pues menos mal que... Carta de la primera Crane. Vale, bien. Madre mía. Descansa para evolucionar. No, de momento voy bien. Joder, tío. Que no soy doctor, tío.
It's locked.
Es lock, ¿no?
It's locked, all right.
Buena. Madre mía, tú. Me hacen meterme ahora una pateada increíble, joder. Bueno, pues antes de eso voy a hacer un poco de investigación local. Ya que estoy aquí, antes de eso voy a hacer eso, ¿eh? No, a ver, aquí. Ay, 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 ay. Salimos. Bien. Uy. Vale. Joder, hijo de puta. A ver. Déjame morir la hostia. ¿Qué tal lo de... No, ese no. Era este tú. Vale, tengo sangre. No, al tío cante. ¡Joder puta! No, 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 no. No, apunta. Joder. De verdad te digo que lo de apuntar va aquí como el culo, Vamos, que me falta poco para matarlo. ¿Dónde ibas? ¿Dónde ibas? Que soy muy bueno, tío, que no puedes contra mí, tío, que soy muy bueno, tío. No. He escuchado un ruido bastante familiar y no me gusta nada. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Que al tío lo han matado o qué? He vuelto... Joder. Ay, 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 de verdad. Ah, vale. A ver. A la puerta.
Hello, Dr. Reed. Come on in.
Come on in.
Yes?
¿No? No.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Me voy a la verga. Me voy a la verga que tengo que hacer esa misión de ahí. Mi Petrescu, muelle. Vale, muy bien, para que lo quiera leer, ahí lo tenéis. Vale, bien. Bien. Bajamos. Enemigos. Y me salta ya de primera, hijo de puta, tú. No, ¿me entiendes? No. Esto, hostia. Tío, y me trata el otro, tío. Qué pesado. No me... ¡Hijo de puta, tú! Ah, perfecto. Perfecto. Vale, bien. ¿Vamos bien? Sí, vamos bien. Jaja. Soy hacker. Pero esto no era nada de daño, a ver. Que va, o sea. No sé, pero mejor si se me una mano, a lo mejor es mejor que esto, No va a ser lo mismo, ¿no? Ah, es mucho mejor la sierra, tú. A ver. Vale, la mesa de trabajo. ¿Es un boss esto qué es? ¡Hola, hola, hola! Vale, su debilidad son los disparos. Aquí y mierda, tío. Y de los ataques de sangre va sobrado, tío. Joder. No, déjame en paz, hostia. ¡Pum! Vale, hombre. Muerde esa bestia. ¡Piu! ¡Piu! Cuate, anda, cuate. Buah. Hay que cambiar esta cabra. Y me curo. ¡Toma, Barry! ¡Ah! Vale, te cago. ¡Uy! No estoy. Hijo puta, tú. Oye. Se está comportando como un hijo de puta, No, me falta estamina, tío. Joder. Espérate. Que te quites de ahí, que... Joder con la estamina, tío. Ya tengo uno menos. Ya está. Uno contra uno ahora, hijo puta. Venga, toma. Ay, no. Dame sangre, hijo de puta. Mira. Saca ya, hostia. Qué pesadilla, tú. Vamos, me despierto que flipas tú. He matado a un boss, madre mía, tú. ¿Me puede pasar? No. Normal. Ah, hay un vehículo ahí. Muelle. Joder, voy a tener que dar la vuelta. No, por ahí no es. Tengo que ir por aquí, luego por aquí, pi, y ya está. A ver. ¿Vais bien ahora? Sí, es porque me no... Bueno, a ver, por aquí ya hay camino, ¿no? Vale, sí, por aquí, por aquí. ¿Y ahora hay que ir por aquí? No, hay que ir por aquí. No voy a entrar ahí otra vez. ¿Quién me ha hecho una llamada perdida? Ah, la Billy, vale. Ahora vuelvo a esperar. Vale, ya estoy ya de vuelta, perdonad. Ya estoy ya de vuelta. Ahora sí vamos bien. No, vamos mal, por ahí no es. No, 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 por ahí no es, por ahí no es. Por aquí no. Sí, es por aquí. Joder. Vale, sí, es por aquí. Sí, es por aquí. Enemigos, ¿no? Ah, me quiero los enemigos de Skulls. Va. Aturdir y ataque de sangre full. Toma, justo a tiempo. Vale, mierda. Easy. Vale. Hay quien está por aquí, ¿no? Ah, pues no. No hay que entrar por ahí, ¿no? Por esta puerta a lo mejor... Tampoco... ¿Qué está? ¿Aquí arriba o qué? Está por aquí. ¿Baja? No. Está por esta parte y yo miré ahí como un tonto a darle otra vuelta. Ah, mira. Ahí veo algo. O sea, ah, no, son chalines. Está aquí, o sea, no... A ver, en busca de la carta perdida. En busca de la carta... Joder, macho. Lo que está por aquí... A ver, por abajo yo no creo que esté. Creo yo que tiene que estar por arriba. Está por arriba 100%, o sea, no... Yo estoy flipando ya. A ver, me marca que está abajo. Madre mía. ¿Esto qué es? No, tío. Joder. Mira, voy a tardar más en buscar una puta carta que no... Te digo yo, voy a tardar más en buscar una puta carta que matando enemigos, tú, de verdad, Ay. No me, no queda meta sangre. Ah, vale. Que bro, es que a ver, me dice que está aquí en el almacén, bro. O lo que sea esto. Joder. No, no hay nada. Estoy flipando tú. Joder. Recupera la carta de los huevos. Recupera la carta y tírate 2 horas buscando una mierda carta. ¡Coño, me estoy tomando! Coño, tío, avísame, hijo puta. No, ¿qué hago? Pues, tío, que se te ha matado, tío, el hijo puta. Que se te ha matado, cabrón. Ah, la verga. Buah. ¿De acuerdo? Ah, que no tome sangre, es verdad. Qué guay. Pues dame sangre. Dame sangre y dame estamina. Ah, ahí fallo, tío. Dame guay, hijo puta. Ay, 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 ay. Dame... Ay, me esquiva. Muy bien. Dame sangre, que me tengo que curar, hostia. Eso es, combate un poco de sangre, amigo. No, tío. Dame sangre. Vamos, que lo mato. Ah, qué pesadilla, tío. O sea, que había un enemigo de estos. El que tiene que estar por aquí, ¿no? Ahí veo algo que brilla. Ahí como llegó. Ahí veo que se da la carta a lo mejor. A ver. Espérate un momento.
This could be the box Lewis thought he lost.
Joder.
Letter inside.
Está aquí arriba, tú. Y yo que no sabía, pero. Bueno, pero a ver, la caja habrá cabela, ¿no? Digo yo, no sé. Coño, ¿dónde queda el inventario? No, esto es el mapa. Estos son las investigaciones locales. Aquí. Bien.
A love letter from Joe Peterson's wife, addressed to Barrett Lewis. Who should I give it to, I wonder?
A ver. Veamos a quién va dirigida la carta. A ver. A ver, si la carta va para Barret, pues se queda sin la Barret. Pero mía, me ha costado lo suyo encontrar la puta caja, tú, madre mía. Yo no sabía que arriba había más sitios, ¿sabes? Para subir, madre mía. A ver, ¿cuál es la cara de Barret? A ver. Clayton... Ah, vale, el mercader este. Hala, venga, Barret. Tengo para ti una carta, amigo.
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you?
Sí, sí, toma.
I found this box in an abandoned building nearby. I believe it belongs to you.
Let's have a look. Yeah, this is mine. So, you faced those loons that roam around there. Extraordinary.
I suppose I was lucky.
Luck is a commodity round here. Yours should be properly rewarded.
About this package, it's not just tools and trinkets, is it?
Don't want to be rude or anything after your kind gesture, but it's none of your business.
A ver, chilines.
You had an affair with Joe's wife, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. She's the only woman I loved. My first regret is that she stayed with Joe after Harry was born. The second is I never shed a tear when she died.
Did you ever try talking to Joe?
Never. But I suspected he knew everything, even without knowing it. And he decided to make me pay in his own way.
Do you mean you're Harry's father?
No one will ever know for sure. And it's better that way. And I don't believe I'd have been all that bad as a dad.
Vale.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Vale, a ver. ¿Qué más invitaciones locales tenemos? A ver, a ver. Vale, a ver. A ver. ¿Dónde está? ¡A la pirga! Esta la haré para el final lo más seguro porque está muy lejos. A ver, a ver. A ver, ¿qué tal? ¿Dónde la tenemos esta? No me... ¿A qué tengo que buscar? O sea, ¿a quién tengo que buscar? Albert Palmer. Albert Palmer. No, a ver, estaba por aquí, que lo he visto antes. Este no era el loco este de atrás, ¿no? No, era este. Albert Palmer. Para encontrarlo ahora, ¿sabes? Tócate los huevos, tú.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
La otra cosa, que no te voy a follar, bestia, que no.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
A ver.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Oh, dásela a Albert Palmer, muy bien. Ahora tú ponte a buscar la foto. Madre mía, tío, ¿dónde estará la tía esta, tío? En busca de Albert Palmer, madre mía.
You look so pale, my lord. Would you like me to...
La otra.
There is no protection against malevolence and trickery.
Tú no eres Albert Palmer, ¿no? No, tú eres el padre de Tobias, joder. Albert Palmer, a ver.
You are blinded by your false faith, imprisoned by your faith.
No, el mercader no es Albert Palmer, ¿eh? El mercader es Barren Lewis, joder. Yo soy yo, ¿no? Madre mía, si lo voy a
You
contar.
again? What do you want this time?
Segunda, soy el Londres.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
Most people don't become thugs when unemployed. This is a choice you've made.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Vale, bien.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Para encontrar ahora... Es que madre mía, tío. Madre mía, para encontrar el tío este, ¿sabes? O sea, te puedes morir tú. Joder. Es que esta gente de verdad tiene mucha guasa. Te ponen ahí la zona roja y te dicen, venga, espérate. Te ponen la zona roja y te dicen, venga, ponte a buscar, venga. A ver, por aquí no creo que esté porque está todo el día. Este es Joe. A ver. No. Yo estaba aquí en los muelles, ¿no? No me voy a alimentar a base de ratas, me das, jo. Bien. Vamos a mejorar nuestras armas y a mejorarnos personalmente. Venga, va. Que ya voy un poco justo y hay que mejorarse ya, ¿eh? Venga. Madre mía. Qué bonito es apropiarse de esto, tú. Claro, esto es el taller. Claro, esto es el taller. Y la mesa. Y la mesa para hacer cosas. A ver. Como no esté arriba. No me escondite desbloqueado. Madre mía, tú. Bueno, a ver. Vamos a limpiar un poco el taller, ¿no? No, que me muero, no. Voy a morir, voy a morir. ¿Cómo no me muere? Buah. Ay, que me mareo tú. No. No, sal. No te vale, tío. Me gusta el taller, A ver. Se acabó la tontería, hostia. Ya está. En 1 contra 1 no tienes nada que hacer tú, chaval. Pues sí, mira. Este escondite es mío, hijo de puta. ¡Hala! Vale. Vete a meter, hombre. Pesadilla. Qué gente más pesada, tú. Madre mía, tú. Vale, esto es otra salida. Bueno, pues mira, pues ya hemos limpiado ya la zona. Chilines. Adición. Vale. Venga, vamos. ¿Qué tal, ya? A ver. No puedo mejorar la hacha. Ay. Yo creo que vale la pena mejorar el hacha. Bien. Madre mía, el daño que hago ahora. Madre mía. A ver, no, a ver. Vamos a mejorar otras armas buenas, a ver. La estaca hay que mejorarla. No puedo mejorarla, Esta sí. Vale, siguiente por mejorar, a ver. La sierra. Me faltan ingredientes, fuck. Bueno. ¿La pistola la puedo mejorar en algo? No. Y no. No. Vale. Bien. A ver, puede ser cosa también, a ver. El general de... Ah, sangre no, hombre. Yo quiero uno de salud, tú. Pero bueno. ¿Ya que estamos? Ah, me falta... Perfecto. Venga. No, me lo guardo. Y ahora... abrimos cajas. A ver. Ya vale, esto parece, venga, a dormir. Veamos que podemos mejorar con los 2000 de equipo, a ver. Perfecto, muy bien. A ver. A ver. Técnicas, a ver. Ira. 200 de daño. Abismo. Caldero de sangre. Venga, va. Esto me viene bien. Vale, bien. Vale, bien, está bien llevar sueros, tú, sí. A ver. Miel no me llega. Niebla sombría. ¿Me llega para la niebla sombría? No, tampoco. Venga, va. Está bien tener cosas nuevas, ¿sabes? Está bien, tío. Buah. Mordedura, a ver, sangre. Yo me aumentaría la estamina, Si puedo, sí, si no, F. No puedo aumentarme. ¿Y la salud puedo aumentármela? Sí. Perfecto, bueno. Pues ya está. Ahora confirmamos. Y ya estaremos como nuevos. La noche siguiente. Vale, a ver. Nivel 12, bien. Ahora bien. Terminantes. La ira. Y ahora puedo que más sueros. También. Detalles. A ver, voy a probar esto de la ira cuando me vea ahí jodido. A ver, voy a hacerme más suero. No puedo, vale, bien. Venga, ahora en busca de Albert Amber, a ver. Ya nos hemos mejorado un poco, hemos mejorado la salud. Bien. Vamos. Vamos bien, locos, vamos bien. Me gusta cómo estamos mejorando al personaje, me gusta. Está bastante nice. Vamos. Dios mío. A ver. ¿Dónde está el tío este? A ver. No, esto es pantalla al escondite. Joder, para.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
¿Tú quién eres?
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. Now I'm just Ben. Ben the Tramp.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just faked me last nerve.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
No match for the Swanborough cordial.
Mira, se ve a...
Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
I found a very interesting letter. Your son planned to prove his worth to the gang by stealing your medicine.
Oh, I see. So the little bugger thought he could use his dad to build a reputation.
The gang's recruiter was dead when I found him. Perhaps you should take better care of your son.
I love my Albert, sir. Believe me. It's just... well, I'm an arsehole, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for the letter. This is for your trouble.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper.
Así me quito ya esta mierda, ¿sabes?
Goodbye for now.
Ya está, tío.
When science fails you.
Menos mal, joder. Bien. Y ahora nos vamos a la mierda. Joder, pues anda con el camino. Joder. ¿Y si paso por el hospital, que más seguro a lo mejor? A ver, no sé, a ver. Voy a ir por aquí, a ver qué tal, no sé. Ahora giramos por aquí. Mami, a ver qué tal, tengo ganas de poner eso de la ira. Ay. Vamos aquí y ahora por aquí. Muy bien, no puede subir el personaje, vale, perfecto. Y la puerta no está abierta, madre mía. No. Me estoy desviando del camino, amigos. Vamos por aquí, si no. I am clear my promise. Tomen aquí, salen. Venga, hola. Hola Camelia, ¿qué tal estás? Más notas del de esto. Vale, está bien, también es mal. Bueno, está bien, bueno, a ver, tampoco cambia mucho. Joder. No, hombre, eso no, coño. No. Me matas también tú. Vale, me curo. Hombre, ¿qué me hijo puta? A ver. ¿Qué ha hecho? Toma. Chill, bro, chill. No, quita. Pesado, hostia. ¡Hala! Joder, la estamina, bro, la estamina, controla la estamina. Joder. Que no. Le voy a pesar, tío. Ok. Me curo. ¡Qué party tú, por favor! Se acaba ya pesado.
Stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Hombre, amigo, es lo que tiene que ser un vampiro, hostia. Es lo que tiene, amigo. Es lo que tiene que ser un vampiro, amigo. Vale, venga, vale, bien. Leemos esto. Venga, vamos. Let's go. No para arriba, ¿no? Vale, me sirve. A ver. Ah, claro. Eso es de que casi 200 años, ¿verdad? Tómate, hombre. Joder. Ahí la estamina tú. ¡Hala! Sí, di que sí, hombre. Anda. Tocará morder. Y para finalizar, sangre. ¡Pium! De verdad que esta gente que pesa que son tú, de verdad, No. Venga, vamos, que ya llegamos ya al cadáver, venga. Grave, vale, está grave. A ver, dime por lo menos que el cementerio está abierto, ¿no? Ah, no. Bien. Sí. A ver. ¿Cómo voy hasta aquí si no puedo entrar por ningún lado? Ay, que se te ha matado. A ver. No, pero no quiero escondite ahora, tío, no. Que me estoy yendo, tío. ¿Cómo coño llego al cementerio, tío? Es que, bro, tío, no me jodas, tío. Ponte... Coño, eso te me ha dado. Cementerio. Vale, sí. Muy bien. Muy bonito el cementerio y todo eso. Pero, ponle coño dentro. Ábreme la puerta, coño. No, si ya verás tú que voy a tener que venir hasta que ya verás tú. Pegado, para aquí. El personaje no se va a saltar, ¿vale? Popo ahora. El personaje, ahora popo. Pues nada. Habrá que dar toda la vuelta como un idiota. Joder. Venga, vamos. Camino antiguo, sí. Ahora va a quedar la vuelta y pasar por el puto hospital y todo eso. Ay, de verdad, qué coñazo, tío. Joder. Ahora volver al hospital, madre mía, joder. Vale, bien, vamos bien, a ver. Vamos por aquí. Y más enemigos, mira, su puta madre, tío, de verdad, tío. Me tienen ya a tocos, tío. Muerte, Miranda. Bueno, no pasa nada. ¿Atacamos? No, déjame, Scal, no que se ven. Neti, déjame ya en paz, hostia. Déjame en paz, que no que se ven nada más de ti. Calle, sí. Subimos, anda. Y de aquí pasamos del puente, ¿no? No. Aquí por aquí, anda. Dime por favor que la puerta está abierta. Gracias. Otra vez a volver al hospital para ir al cementerio.
Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
¿Qué es esto? Joder, que solo quería irme a casa, tío. Al hospital, digo yo. Muerde, muerde. A ver. Me voy, adiós. A ver. ¿De verdad? No, no. Ah, mierda. No, tío, joder, que pesado. A ver, no, a ver. Oye, tío. Cuídate, cuídate, anda. Cuídate, anda, cuídate. Oye, tío. Joder. Oye, tío. Joder. Bueno. Sí, ¿qué más, tío? Déjame en paz, hostia. Bien, ya está. Aguanta este tío, inútil. Cuídate. Joder, qué pesados que son, tío, de verdad, tú. Joder. Ya toma poco ya, tío. Ya, pesados, tío. Joder, ya, tío, qué putos pesados, tío. Mira madre mía, el puto camino para volver al puto hospital, tío. Ay, qué pesadilla, de verdad, tú. No. No gastes sangre, tío. No gastes sangre, tío. A ver. Vale, por la puerta. No, por ahí no es. Es por la puerta. Si estamos dando la vuelta solo para hacer una mierda de misión secundaria, ¿sabes? Bien, volvemos al hospital, bien. El hospital de Pembroke. A ver si desde aquí puedo ir al cementerio, porque a ver, por más lado no se puede ir. O es este, o yo qué sé, tío. Madre mía, tío. Y más enemigos, joder, qué pesta ya, tío. A ver. Buena estamina. ¡Hala! Venga, tío. Vete de mierda, tío. No, él no. Vale. Para ti tengo un halcón. ¿Te ha gustado? Dame sangre para que te maten. Joder. No, él no. Bueno, sí, yo qué sé, tío. Espérale. La termina. Joder. No. Joder. No. Y digo, ¿sabes? Todo te apoyan. Que no huyas, hombre, que te voy a matar. Ahora muerte eso. A ver, tú ves. Vale, me curo. Ya está. Pesados, tío. A ver, a ver. Madre mía, la que estoy liando para hacer una investigación local, ¿sabes? Es por aquí, tío. No, más enemigo no, tío, qué pesados. Ah, no, es un... Ah, bueno, sí que hay más enemigos, sí, sí, con ahí. Joder, que no, que te quites, hostia. Espérate. Porque... Bro, ¿qué ha pasado? Bro, si yo había mejorado la eso, ¿no? No entiendo nada. Se lo ha aumentado, o sea, ¿por qué? ¿Son mejoras esto? Aumenta el daño infligido un 10%. Ah, bueno, vale. No, esa mina, esta mina. No, cuando... No. Sí o sí, cuando puedas, vamos. La estamina me la voy a mejorar, vamos. Mucho tú. ¿Me juro? Let's go, let's go. Y se acabó. ¿Puedo ir por aquí al cementerio o tampoco puedo? Madre mía, por favor, yo flipo. Vamos, que vamos. Es que era por aquí y no podía llegar. Y no podía llegar por una forma, ¿sabes? A ver. Los skulls, vale, sí, pero mejor los skulls son nivel... Bueno, a ver. Bueno, puedo. ¡Sangre! Ah, no tengo suficiente sangre, ven. Cuidado, a ver. A ver, no la líes con un skull de mierda. Que ya estoy aquí, hombre. Los timings. A ver. Toma. Joder, macho. No. Toma. Cómetelo. Muerte. Sí, estoy de vuelta, ya estoy. Toma, ataque de sangre. Dame sangre, que esto lo vamos a acabar. Venga, vamos. No, ¿dónde vas? Toma, con la sierra. Que ya está, ya los he matado, anda, pasa, anda.
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. Why?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come back for now.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating this disease.
I am Xiaoxun. Thank you so much for helping me, Mr. Reed. I must go to the cemetery now. Goodbye.
Shouldn't you go back home, where you'll be safe?
Maybe later. But for now, I need to talk to my husband at the cemetery, Mr. Reed.
Que gracias, mis viudas en apuros y yo no sé eso, nada. Que está voy a ver. A ver. No quería pincharme, coño. A ver. Recupera el cuerpo de Samuel. Espero que por lo menos... A ver. A ver. A lo mejor que está por la parte de aquí o qué. Bueno, ya comenzamos. Ya comenzamos. Joder con los scalps, tío, de verdad, tío. Que toca cojones que es un tío de verdad, tío. De verdad que son muy pesados, tío, de verdad, tío. O sea, son muy pesados, tío. ¿Lo ves? Son muy pesados. A ver. Toma ya por culo, tío. Qué pesados que son, tío. Joder con los putos descalzos, tío. Qué puta rey me dan, tío. Ah, vale, pero ese no era el cuerpo de Samuel. A ver, por aquí no hay porque estaría... Me estaría yendo de la zona. El cuerpo del tío este, tío. ¿Dónde está Samuel, tío? Su cuerpo, tío. A lo mejor ese era su cuerpo, no sé. Toma, inútil. No. Joder, las taminas siempre, tío. Ahí tendría cada vez que va tú. Mordemos, tenemos sangre, atacamos. Joder, con la puta espalda, hijo puta, ¿sabes? Un ataque doble, tú. La estamina, bro. Ay, no, 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 no. Bueno, este... No, ese no. Joder, con la puta estamina, tío. Siempre igual, tío. Vete, hombre. Vete, hombre. Ay. Joder. Ese, muérdele. Bien. Joder. Que me mata, tío. Joder, tío. ¿Dónde coño está el cuerpo del tío este, tío? De verdad. Y más Skulls, tú, madre mía, qué pesados tú, madre mía. No, no, si... No, si al paso que voy a eliminar... No, hombre, no. Estamina. Joder. Ay, me esquiva, el hijo puta. Toma, hombre. Se acabó, uno menos. Madre mía con el puto cuerpo, tú. No. A ver. A ver. A ver. Dando vueltas en círculos. No, hombre, no. Joder. Que madre mía. Bueno, muy bien. Bonito paseo por el cementerio, ¿sabes? Ah, vale. A ver. Esta no se puede abrir. Cómo odio las cosas de buscar, o sea, de verdad, o sea, de verdad te lo digo que las odio, tío, madre mía, tío. A ver, por aquí no, a ver. Por ahí no están ni de coña, tú. Joder. Ya te apuestas que a lo mejor no están en la zona. A ver, ya que estoy, voy a matar a esos enemigos. Ya que estoy. Uy, no. Pelear en el espacio cerrado no me gusta mucho, ¿eh? ¿No hay enemigos? Ah, bien. Bueno. Ya hemos matado a todos los enemigos. Ahora, aquí era la parte más divertida, encontrar el cuerpo del pavo este. A ver. En busca... A ver. Por aquí no estará, ¿no? No, no. Por aquí no va a estar, no. Joder, macho, tío. Vale, esto es por donde estaba la viuda. Fua. Bajón de FPS guay, Joder, qué pesados la gente, tío, con lo de buscar cosas de verdad, Joder, tío, prefiero antes mil veces estar ahí matando a un boss que no buscando estas mierdas, tío, joder. A ver. Coño, que se lo me ha dado. Joder, madre mía. Joder, macho, tío. Recuperan un huervo. A ver. En fin. Espera un momento. Es que me sé que se ha bugueado, tío, a ver. A ver, venga, vamos a ver. Venga, vamos, a ver, creo yo que esto está bugueado, ya. No me lo creo que no esto, tío, hostia. A ver. Pero vamos, yo creo que esto se ha bugueado que flipas, tú. Se ha bugueado que flipas, sí. Sí. Venga, vamos. A ver. Esperemos un poco y le volvemos a dar. Lo quitamos. Bien. Aparece cadáver. Muy bien. Estoy volviendo, seré bobo. Joder, con el puto cadáver, a ver. A ver. Voy a ir a paso de tortuga, a ver, más o menos. Es que, a ver, me dice que justamente está aquí. Joder, con la puta lápida, tío, que susto me ha dado. Que no encuentro nada de nada. Joder, con pincharme, tío. A ver, Samuel, dime. Samuel, ¿dónde coño estás? Dímelo. A ver. Venga, vamos. A lo mejor está aquí.
Carnage. Is Father Whitaker's disciple among the bodies, I wonder?
Mira, me cago en mi puta cabeza.
This man's far too old to be Samuel.
Bueno, vale, pero bueno, a ver, por lo menos ese...
No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker.
Vale, pues ¿o queda este?
Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail.
Menos mal. Me dan pistas. A ver. A ver. Joder.
It's locked, all right.
A ver. Sigue el rastro de... Los sentidos, bro. A ver. Vale.
As
Pero...
I feared, Samuel no longer preaches the good word.
Uy, menos mal. ¡Ay, no! ¡Samuel! ¡No! Te convertiste en un escala, amigo. Oye. Oye, Samuel, tu puta madre. Pues nada, me pincho uno de salud, ya está, tío. ¿Dónde vas, hombre? Bueno, Samuel, estamos tú y yo solos. No ha hecho nada. Uy, esto hay que mejorarlo, Termina. Muere Samuel. ¿Cómo está Samuel? Ay, Samuel, que te convertiste en un Skull. Joder. Vamos, me lleva sangre. Ay, no, no. ¿Dónde iba Samuel? Samuel, cálmate. Ya acabo contigo, espérate, tranquilo, venga. A ver. Debe personal, a ver, para que lo quiera leer, a ver, aquí. Venga, vamos. Y ya me dirá, no, empezando con el padre y a contarle lo que ha pasado. Lo sabía. Estuvo clarísimo, joder. Estaba clarísimo, tío. Ah. Ahora joder, que se ha tomado, tío. Ahora entiendo yo por qué no puedo encontrar el cuerpo. Porque primero había que entrar ahí. Había que entrar ahí, adentro y ya está. Porque yo he pasado por esa zona y antes no había escales, o sea. Habían ahí en la parte de arriba. No, a ver, por aquí no, a ver. Hay que ir por aquí. A donde antes no me dejaban pasar. ¿Verdad? No. Pues ya tiene que dar toda la vuelta, en serio, tío. ¿Me estás vacilando? Por favor, que por aquí hay un camp... No, tío, no. No voy a morder la rata, hostia. En serio, voy a tener que meterme ahora... Nada. Toca dar la vuelta tonta. Porque al juego le apetece tocar los huevos, ¿sabes? Joder, ahora dar ahí toda la vuelta, joder, qué coñazo, o sea, de verdad te digo, A ver, por aquí no es. Sí, es por aquí. Y ahora dar la vuelta toda entera. Sí, anda. Pues venga. Vamos a ir otra vez al Pembroke. Pembroke. No, hay agua por ahí. El cual el camino me lo voy a encontrar lo más seguro lleno de enemigos. Joder, tío. Mira, si veo enemigo, mira, lo voy a evitar, tío, ya está, tío, toma por culo, tío. ¿Y tú qué? Anda. Dame chelines, chelines, chelines. Ay. Hospital Pembroke, sí, Hospital sus muertos se llama esto ahora. Y luego de aquí hay que ir otra vez al hospital y joder. Bien, he tenido que dar una vuelta inútil. Yo te digo la verdad, si hay enemigos me lo voy a saltar, o sea, ya. No, por ahí no, por aquí.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Que no voy a morder, que no quiero, hostia, pesadillas. Mira ahí, mira. Encima tampoco por ir por ahí tampoco, o sea... Que no, hombre, déjame ya de millones secundarias que me den ya otros huevos, tío. A ver... Vamos a hablar con el padre, a ver, el padre de todos los santos. De los santos customs. Voy bien, ¿no? Voy perfecto por aquí. Las puertas están bien, también mal. A ver, el padre, a ver. A ver, padre, de los huevos.
It's Father Whitaker, my son. So,
No,
are you still lost in your rational delusions?
no, he encontrado a tu...
found Samuel, your disciple. I am afraid I have bad news.
I already expected the worst. He should already have come back. He is dead, isn't he?
Yes, he is now. The epidemic took him.
Samuel steadily made donations to our cause. He would have rewarded you himself if you'd found me in that awful cemetery. Please accept this money.
Tobias Whitaker, confess why you burnt those people alive.
I have done what no one was ready to do. I will smite the flesh of the unclean to protect the righteous.
You are just another heartless murderer, exploiting the epidemic to kill with impunity.
No! No. The only way to contain the spread is to strike at the source itself. The proliferating sick.
You're not the savior of London. You're just a glorified sadist.
I take no pleasure in this awful cleansing, Dr. Reed. I am only driven by the thousands of innocents I save each night.
Why did you send Samuel to the cemetery, Tobias? What did you see there?
I sent him on a vision. A dream of a dreadful and laughing queen covered with blood. Sleeping with the dead and feeding on the fear of the dying.
A laughing queen dressed in blood.
Huh.
Tell me more.
This epidemic is her feast, the announcement of her return. Against her, science is no more than a child's toy.
But who is she?
She is the mother of harlots and abomination of the earth. She is Babylon, drunk on the blood of the saints.
Why did you send Samuel
No,
to
sí.
search into this? What did you see?
I sent him on a vision. A dream of a dreadful and laughing queen covered with blood. Sleeping with the dead.
Joder.
And feeding on the fear of the dying.
You sent a man to die because of a stupid vision. I have heard enough of your nonsense. Goodbye.
No, que te falta.
It's Father Whittaker, my son. So, are you still lost in your rational delusions?
No. Epa.
Your disciple, Samuel, stole from the dead in Stonebridge Cemetery. I have proof of his crime and proof of his death.
No! Samuel was the best of us. So devoted, so zealous. He gave all he had for the cause. He tirelessly preached the good word.
He defiled the dead with his petty thefts. That's how he financed your misguided crusade.
Think what you will. When this city is saved, he will be praised for his devoted fortitude. He walked boldly into the mouth of abomination.
Your precious Samuel used you. He was an immoral crook.
If that's true, then he will be my burden to bear during this endless night.
Viene mal, ¿sabes? Voy a Londres.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
A ver, déjame ya irme a hacer la principal. Ahora, de aquí, aquí, otra vez al puto hospital. Me encanta este juego, me encanta. ¿Cómo me gusta tocar los huevos a este juego, tío, de verdad? Vamos bien. Todo recto. Aquí todo recto, vamos bien, sí, venga, va. Aquí todo recto, ya está, tío. Ya está, ya no hay más invitaciones locales. Vale, superada, vale. Bueno, este también está superado. También superada. Y ya está. De momento ya no hay más misiones secundarias. Madre mía, tío. Para que luego te den una mierda, ¿sabes? Para que luego te den una mierda por hacer las misiones secundarias, tú, increíble. Abriendo las puertas. Bien, hemos llegado ya al hospital. Bien. A ver. Lady Ashbury. Larry. ¡Ey! Ahí te vi. Te voy a cautivar y te voy a matar. Ahí estamos. ¿Qué haces? ¿A ti te mato? ¿Qué haces?
I ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
No, a esta sí que la mato tú, a esta sí, hostia, a esta sí, madre mía.
You killed him. He trusted you. And you killed him.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
So in the end, the accusation was true, wasn't it?
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
I must confess I have not put an end to the blackmail, my lady. Unfortunately, I could not bring myself to do it.
I'm so disappointed in you, Jonathan. I didn't expect this from you.
Lady Ashbury, you yourself admitted how ridiculous the sum of money was. I can assure you, it was all used for charitable ends.
Well, you are full of surprises, aren't you, Jonathan? All right, say I trust you, but you will still pay the ransom. That is only fair. After all, it was you who failed to bring this problem to a satisfactory conclusion.
I believe I could agree to that.
And since a lady always keeps her promises, I will now answer any questions you may have.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Excuse my forwardness, but... are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires. But all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Scowls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
What type of vampire is a skull?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London vampire society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
And no one suspected you of the murders?
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
Very well, but I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Vale, bien, ya estamos.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain. More than likely, it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society. And like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad.
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here, in the city.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since taken this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
Y la última
Are there
pregunta.
many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
Ya estamos.
I bid you farewell. For now, my lady.
A
I must
ver.
quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
Analiza la sangre. No hay invitaciones locales, ¿no? Ya no hay. A ver, veamos. Analicemos la sangre. Subamos. A ver si encuentro mi habitación. Que creo que estaba en la parte más arriba. Muy bien, eso no es. Ay, otra vez en el hospital. Qué alegría, joder. Que ya estaba ya hasta la polla de matar a Skulls y su puta madre, tú. A ver, es por la puerta abierta, ¿no? Doctor Reed. A ver, para analizar la sangre.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
A ver. Analizamos. ¿Qué coño? ¿Es nuevo?
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Skulls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Uy, capítulo 3. Sotipex. A ver, ¿a dónde estaba el médico jefe este, tú? Aquí está.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here. But it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
The risk of infection using vampire blood could compound the situation.
I know, but your blood now carries remarkable regenerative properties. With our minds and your blood, there's nothing we couldn't cure.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery.
No.
Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
I need to talk to you, Edgar.
Please do so.
A ver.
Nurse Crane will not be returning to Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, really? Did something happen? She seems such a very capable woman.
Le llego la vida, ¿no? A ver.
She was blackmailing Lady Ashbury. Thought she was murdering patients as some sick upper-class game.
Nurse Crane was playing a dangerous game. She's lucky Lady Ashbury abhors violence.
So you manage a hospital financed by a vampire?
Yes, Pembroke was founded by Lady Ashbury. She's also our largest donor.
A convenient yet expensive way to have a fresh supply of blood on hand, day and night, don't you think?
All vampires drink blood by nature. Me, I praise the lady's exemplary moral fiber.
If I may inquire, how did you meet her?
Well, Jonathan, she sought me out and offered me the position. It's been a very profitable partnership for both parties.
A ver, que tengo aquí. A ver. A ver, que tengo aquí el móvil que le falta batería. Que se le acaba la batería.
Do you know anything about the vampire hunters in the East End?
Without a doubt, it's the Guard of Prewen. Zealots to the last man.
Where do they come from?
Once they shared the Brotherhood's ideology on non-intervention. But they concluded vampires were a scourge.
They're definitely well organized and equipped.
They're extremely dangerous and not to be trifled with. To them, you're a feral beast, and I, your accomplice.
We'll talk later.
A ver. Otra vez no, ahí no, tío, qué manía con mandarme al cementerio, tío, joder. A ver.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral.
Sí, mira.
Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Tranquilo, yo te ayudaré, hombre. Te ayudaré, hombre. Vengamos. Vamos, 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 vamos. Y por aquí. Sí. Tú estás estaminando. Como la estamina no la regalan. Ahí está la puerta. Y espero yo que no hagan puesto enemigos. Que si no. Me cago en su puta cabeza, tío. Muy bien. ¿No hay nadie, no? ¿No hay nadie?
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
¿Cómo que directamente? No, tío, no. No, joder. F, tío. Joder. Vampyr. Vampyr. No, coño. Lleva bien, ¿no? Creo yo. Sí. A ver. Vamos bien, sí. Vamos bien.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
Este. Se me tengo. Joder, tío.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust
Pues es
to dust.
mi padre, ¿no? Ah, no, sí. Buah.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Joder.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
Lady, no me toques los huevos.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
I wish the tears would come. But I'm empty. And I feel a hypocrite.
Let your pain run free, Jonathan. Don't smother it. What you feel is your humanity. Don't be so quick to lose it.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
¿Cómo podría?
How can I? I've destroyed my family. My poor mother. I can't even console her.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You've felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
You may be right.
Of course. I've stared upon this world for centuries, and time has taught me to deal with guilt, if not erase it.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
Joder. Joder, tío, con mandarme a la iglesia, de verdad, tío. Joder, tío, de verdad te digo que a este juego le vendría muy bien una opción de TP a los talleres, o sea, de verdad te digo, tío. Madre mía. ¡Venganza por mis manos! Vamos.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Vampyr.
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
Que te mato, gilipollas.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
Please, sir, can't let you through.
Ya comenzamos.
We have to stop it! He's too fucking fast!
Sacó. Joder. Ya estamos en la iglesia, a ver. Entramos.
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray. To cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've told you once. This is a private concern.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest. As you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She was murdered.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
She died because of me. How do you think I feel?
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What words would you like to say to your poor sister?
I'm so sorry, Mary. I promise to find who is responsible for all this. I'll put an end to this horror.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
Cargando, hostia.
There. I confessed to that vicar.
No.
Do I feel better? Only time will tell.
A ver. Joder, qué putada, Ah, tranquilo, te haré un vampiro mamadísimo y mataremos a los de Londres. Y vamos a vengar a mi hermano. Mira. Mira. Si te estoy sincero, no quiero pelear ya, tío. Ya es que me aburre, ¿sabes? Voy a oír, o sea... Paso ya de pelear, tío. Que voy a hacer, ya está. Que me dejen en paz, pesados. Joder. Ah, déjame en paz, hostia.
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth. You. I remember you.
Hey.
Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me. Made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
Se ha conocido.
You selected me. Chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur. I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave. So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity.
Vamos a hablar con el Dr. Shunshui.
In my mind. Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
No.
I wonder what your last thoughts would be, sir.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal.
¿Qué es este?
Go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
No, man.
We cannot have the people lose faith in this institution. This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Very well. I'll help you.
I know this place means something to you. I have noticed how you suppress your appetite when around the staff and patients.
You need to know you can trust me, Edgar.
I do, dear fellow, I do.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Pre-Wen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Rest assured, I will protect you and your staff.
McCallum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this.
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks.
Bueno, llegó la hora de una mejora y dejemos por aquí el directo de hoy. A ver. Bianca no puede, vale, bien. Ah, esta es la mejora, me cago en mi puta madre. Venga. Lo que sí voy a mejorarme es la puta estamina que me está tocando los huevos, ¿sabes? La estamina a mí me está tocando muchos huevos. Abismo. Ah, pero esto es cuerpo a cuerpo, no de sangre. No entiendo por qué no me hacía tanto daño, porque no era de sangre. Amigo, venga, va. Pues vamos a hacer esta. Y vamos a ver si con esto podemos mejorar algo. A ver. No. La sangre podemos mejorar. Sí, podemos mejorar la capacidad de sangre y... Yo prefiero mejorar la capacidad de sangre. Si te soy sincero. A ver. Claro, claro, porque lo del aire no era de sangre. A ver. Oh, lee la estamina, qué guapo tú. Investigación autorizada, menos mal. Menos mal. Madre mía, tú. A ver, ahora sí tengo un ataque de sangre, ahora sí. Al cual que con el ataque sea de sangre me voy a hacer una de daño que van a flipar tú. Buah. Y luego cuando tengo estos 1000 haré el de las sombras. A ver, veamos. Vale. Pues bueno, mis vikingos, esto ha sido todo por hoy. Espero que os haya gustado. Y nos vemos en el Valhalla. Adiós, vikingos. Adiós.